quiet, and I didn't even have to quiet everybody. It must be time to get started. So it is 8:30 a.m. on this 18th of April. Welcome to our city council meeting. We love to have a full house as we have today, so thank you for being here. We will start with our chaplain prayer and our police chaplain, Art Mavrati. How do you say it?
Mavrod.
Got close. Got the first three right.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you for being here.
Good to be here. Would you bow your heads as I pray? In the scriptures, you have said that citizens ought to obey the governing authorities, since you have established those very authorities to promote peace and order and justice. Therefore, I pray for our mayor, for the various levels of city officials, and in particular for the assembled council. I'm asking that you would graciously grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of the welfare and true needs of our people, a keen thirst for justice and rightness, confidence in what is good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement, personal peace in their lives and joy in their task. I pray for the agenda set before them today. Please give an assurance of what would please you and what would benefit those who live and work in and around our beloved city of San Angelo. It is in your most blessed name I pray. Amen.
Today we have Mrs. Fluid's fourth grade class to lead us in the pledges. Third grade?
Third grade.
Well, so my notes are wrong. Well, welcome third class. We're glad you're here. Does anyone want to come more forward and speak into the microphone? Come on. We want to hear your voices.
Is it?
There you go. Okay, so what do? We put our hands over our heart, right? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
I think we need to have you here. Thank you so much. We're going to have you back again.
Y'all want a picture?
Well, I'll come down. We're going to do it.
They're coming all out.
They're going, all right. The mayor will take care of that.
Go get in the front so they can see you.
They knew all the words.
Hello.
Let me see.
Cute. It's adorable. They're raise the roof on that.
They were definitely going to show us up that they knew the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning, Lucy.
Oh, good morning, Larry.
Thanks for your interview.
Hey, Larry. The mic's on, Larry. Mic's on.
Okay, you know what we'll do? Because we're doing the proclamation next, why don't we do this proclamation first? Because you're already up here. Does that work for you all? Yes. Okay, let me get out of here so I can read it. Okay. The first Earth Day was held on April 22nd, 1970, when San Francisco activist John McConnell and Wisconsin Senator Gaylord Nelson asked Americans to join in a grassroots demonstration supporting environmental challenges. At that time, President Richard Nixon led the nation in creating the Environmental Protection Agency. Now, 53 years later, more than 1 billion people in 193 countries participate in Earth Day activities each year, making it the largest civic observance in the world. Earth Day is an annual celebration that honors the achievements of the environmental, movement and raises awareness of the need to protect Earth's natural resources. Today, we honor Fort Concho Elementary student Cash Coy, who has acted boldly and believes in investing in our planet and creating a sustainable environment. Keep San Angelo Beautiful continues its mission and duty to create awareness and persuade businesses, governments, and citizens in our community of the need to invest in our planet to improve our environment for future generations. Therefore, I, Brenda Gunter, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, Texas, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim April 22nd, 2023 as Earth Day and encourage all residents to use this day to celebrate the earth and commit to the stewardship of the environment. Together, we can make the earth a safer and healthier place to live. Thank you.
So we want to thank Cash for his bold action to invite us to his classroom today, and for the presence of Ms. Flewitt's third grade class from Fort Concho Elementary. In honor of Earth Day, which is Saturday the 22nd, it's a perfect time to remind everybody of their commitment to restoration and sustainability of not only the planet, but of San Angelo. So at Keep San Angelo Beautiful, we'd like to remind you of three things. One, get outside. If you need to go to the KOA and take a walk, if you need to go to the beach at the lake, if you need to go mosey on down the river, we have beautiful, beautiful places in our community that will lead you right into number 2, which is choose to be litter free. It's hard to believe in 2023 people still throw things outside of their car windows, and that people keep things in the back of their truck that could fly out and not cover their loads. So number 2, please choose to be litter free. And then number 3, we'd like to invite you to join us and volunteer with Keep San Angelo Beautiful. We have several events all throughout the year. May 6th is our hazardous waste event. We'd love for you to drive through and drop off some paints, some chemicals, some oil. If you've got shredded documents, we'll take those. And if you have a little bit of extra effort, we'd love to see you in October on the 14th at our fall sweep. This past year, we had over 400 participants. So lots of opportunities to get out in the community and make a difference right here. And we're so excited that these students, who are all KSAB Junior Ambassadors, who took a pledge to never litter, to recycle when they can, these are the reasons we do what we do. It's their future, it's their city, and we want to make sure that we leave it bright and beautiful for them. So that's all I have. Cash, did you want to talk a little bit? Okay, here you go, sir.
Good morning. My name is Cash Coy, and I'm a third grader at Fort Concho Elementary. The main reason I wanted to talk to you today is, in case you didn't know, the 22nd of April is Earth Day. It is an annual celebration since 1970. Millions of people get together and talk about why it's important to protect our Earth. I've tried to do my part in the past. Last year I earned my World Conservation Award, and recently on the 4th I volunteered for Keep San Angelo Beautiful's Trash Off event. As a community, we picked up over 2,700 pounds of trash. Insane, right? And that was just in a couple of hours. So some little guy like me can make a difference. I urge all of you in this room, anyone listening, to give Earth the greatest early birthday present today and every day. On your walks, runs, in the car, in the bus, anytime, day or night. It all starts within ourselves. Be mindful of where the trash cans are and throw your trash away. Thank you for listening.
Do we have any other little messages?
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Vu, and this is what Earth Day means to me. To me, Earth Day is great for the environment. I wish that Earth Day is every day. Earth Day saves trees, nature, plus a million things in our world. Earth Day keeps our world a healthy and a better place. Earth Day also keeps our planet more beautiful. When we plant trees, flowers, and gardens, you're saving the environment, and I love that. To me, the most important thing about Earth Day is the changing of lives and improving of lives, especially here in San Angelo. So keep San Angelo beautiful. I'm Ebony Nordry, and this is what Earth Day means to me. Earth Day means a lot to me because I want our world to be a better place. I'm thankful for Senator Gaylord Nelson because he is the reason we have an Earth Day. Since Earth Day is a national holiday, everyone around the world chimes in, plants trees, cleans up any litter or trash. If we didn't have an Earth Day, then people wouldn't care about our world and how litter really affects it. I would be really disappointed if we didn't have an Earth Day, for it's my favorite holiday, and it's for our safety in our city to keep San Angelo clean. Thank you for listening.
April 22nd is
Who are you?
Will Haddad.
Okay, you want to say that loud into the microphone so everyone out there knows who you are?
My name is Will Haddad, and April 22nd is Earth Day. It is very important to all of us. That's why our class is dedicated by cleaning the Concho River. One reason it is important to me is because I live on the Concho River, and I don't want to see trash floating around everywhere. Plus, we would like to clean the Concho River clean enough to swim in. I would like to say thank you because of you, City Council, and Earth Day. San Angelo is the most beautiful place in the world.
We agree. Who else is going to speak? Come on.
Hi, I'm Gentry Beatty, and what Earth Day means to me, it's a day to plant trees and worry about our nature. Earth Day is a day that we need to worry about and clean our rivers, and Earth Day matters to me because it's a day to plant flowers and pick up garbage on the side of the road, and our world really matters to me, and I think Earth Day should be a bigger holiday than it already is.
We agree.
Hi, my name is Sydney Brantley, and this is what Earth Day means to me. To me, Earth Day is a chance to give back to Mother Earth, because every day the trees filter the air and give fruit. We wouldn't have apples, pears, and oranges if we didn't have trees. And to give back to our soil, to grow crops and flowers and make the Texas ground beautiful, if you know what I mean. I think that Earth Day is a day to change the world, literally change the world. And maybe it's just you or your whole neighborhood, but whoever you are, you can make a difference. Earth Day is important to me, my class, and my school. What does Earth Day mean to you here in San Angelo?
Good question.
Hi, my name is Victoria Figueroa Perez, and this is why Earth Day matters to me. Earth Day matters to me because it fights to protect our planet. If we didn't have Earth, we wouldn't be alive to this day. Earth gives us water and food to eat, so we definitely have to honor our Earth. Also, it tells me and probably others to not litter, so our street and bridges are nice and clean. And that's just great. We plant flowers, trees, and vegetables on Earth Day. But we can also do it not on just Earth Day, but other days. This is why Earth Day matters to me. Thank you for listening.
Hello, I am Lucas Ramirez. And Earth Day is important to me because if we don't plant trees or vegetables, we would have no food to eat, and we couldn't rely on animals because the animals that rely on grass and like all the other plants, they would die of hunger, and then we would die of hunger next.
I'm hungry. How about you?
Yeah.
Okay, so Callan Matthews has prepared a presentation.
Hi, I'm Callan Matthews, and today I'm going to share with you a project on cleaning the Contra River. Here's some questions for you. How many of you have ever been on the banks of the Contra River? Would you ever swim in it? What if I could help San Angelo pull together and get the Contra River clean enough to swim in? I can make a difference by being successful in finally filtrating the water in the Contra River and getting it clean enough to swim in. I chose this project because I want to make San Angelo a better place. My Nana was Charlotte Farmer, and she served on the city council for 12 years. She inspired me to do this project. Here's some facts. San Marcos has been successful in filtrating their river. There are several ways to filtrate water. People make tons of trash over the years, and it ends up in the rivers. Some filtration systems have a dump to throw their trash in. River filtrators have 3 goals. 1, get the trash out. 2, remove garbage through filtration. And 3, take out heavy pollutants. On January 27th, the Fort Concho Elementary 3rd graders made an oath to keep San Angelo beautiful. Here's some pictures. Tim Combest is my mentor. He showed me different ways to filtrate the Concha River. We could modify existing dams to include aeration with possible walkway. We could put aeration fountains in the river. We could put in filtration systems near the Celebration Bridge. We could also lay return piping bed. We could lay return piping in the riverbed to avoid excavation trenching. We could have a filtration waste pond for settling, then transfer to landfill or compost facility. I said it wrong. We could possibly use some copper sulfate dosed in river for algae control. We could have a makeup water source and possibly have wells. Are there any wells? We had a question if there were any wells around the golf course that have substantial water. We need feasibility study and or pilot project. In conclusion, cleaning the Concha River could be the biggest project San Angelo has ever done. This project is to make the river safer, cleaner to swim in, and will bring more people from all over the world. Thank you for listening. Here are some people that I've been working with. I've been working with Charlotte Anderson, the director of Keep San Angelo Beautiful. Turner Doggett from SK Engineering. We've been working with the TGC Upper Colorado River Authority. Thank you for listening.
We hope with your presentation today and all of your wonderful comments that you've put a lot of guilt into everybody's life, okay? So we can all start making a difference. Thank you all for being here today. We appreciate all the hard work and energy and efforts and your pledge to keep San Angelo beautiful. Thank you very much. got another.
One more, Mayor.
One more.
Rick, I hope you were listening there.
We now have a proclamation for Beta Sigma Phi Day. Are there individuals in our audience who would like to come forward for this, please? Come on up. Hello, welcome. Thank you for being here. The month of April is a fitting time to honor Beta Sigma Phi, the world's largest Greek letter women's service, cultural, and social organization with 6 chapters in San Angelo. The badge of the organization signifies life, learning, and friendship by its Greek symbols, Beta Sigma Phi. Today we recognize San Angelo Beta Sigma Phi for the charitable work to our community. These women have raised thousands of dollars and donated thousands of volunteer hours to local charitable organizations. Therefore, I, Brenda Gunter, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, Texas, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim April 30th, 2023 as Beta Sigma Phi Day for their achievements and positive determination to make a difference in our community. Thank you. Would you like to come forward and speak?
Well, the proclamation pretty much says it all. We are an international organization of women who get together to have social service and cultural programs. And we're hoping to build our chapters. So if you're interested, we'll get in touch with us. You can. Well, they can reach out to me. I'm Betty Drennan, and it's 325-245-9413. And we're hoping to have a tea maybe this summer, and where we can invite people and see if they would be interested in joining. Thank you.
Whatever.
We will now move into the public comment section of our agenda today. Issues or concerns not on the regular agenda may be raised by the public at this time. Citizens should speak from the podium, address all comments to the dais, begin by stating their name and address or single-member district number, and limit their remarks to less than 3 minutes. Do we have anyone here today to offer public comment? If so, please come forward.
My name is Brian Bilsma. I'm a retired San Angelo police officer, retired in 2019. I live in single-member District 1 down on Crestwood Drive. I'd prefer not to give my address. The reason I'm here today, just so that you know, what I'm going to talk about does not affect me. I'm retired military. I have my insurance through the military. I do have some insurance through the city, but not the one that I'm mainly talking about. The one I'd like to address is the insurance, the health insurance. The city of San Angelo in 2000 voted, the council at that time voted to do away with the health insurance for employees when they retire. I have been told that they didn't completely do away with it, that they turned around. Any employee has the option of being able to buy in, but they have to pay at 100%. The 100% is just financially unstable for a city employee. And it doesn't matter whether he's a police officer, a firefighter, or he's mainly a ditch digger within the city because of the cost. For a retiree only, it's $586 a month at 100%. I've been talking to my councilman, sending questions, and Brian Kendrick has been answering them. I understand what Brian's saying. I don't agree with it. In 2009, they had a discussion in the minutes that talked about a 3-tier system concerning the insurance. And the HR director at that time put an email out when somebody questioned it or asked about it and said that the retirees did in fact have insurance upon retiring. And then she actually said, passed the word. Since then, people have been retiring and they come to find out that they don't have access to the insurance. I believe that as a city employee, if they're loyal enough to the city for 20 plus years and has gone through everything that they had to do in order to be able to be eligible to retire, I believe that the city should have the loyalty to them and allow them to be able to have the option of buying into an insurance at a lower reduced rate, whether it's what the retirees pay that retired or that were hired before 2000, would be equal to it. I don't know what the numbers are. I know Michael Dane has been involved in some of that in the past. But to give the employee an option to be able to buy into the insurance at a reduced rate is up to you ladies and gentlemen up there. I know the city staff does a lot of recommending, but it's up to the city council, and I think the city council owes it to their employees when they get ready to retire. When I first got hired, what I used to always hear.
You need to wrap up your comment,
Okay,
please.
I'm getting ready to. What I used to always hear is that the older officers would say, we get paid a low amount, but because of the benefits, we accept that. Well, since then, the city has taken away most of the benefits.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further public comment today?
Mayor, I'd like to make a comment.
Yes.
As the ADA coordinator who was appointed last week, I'd like to give an update to the public on all the things the city has been doing recently. I've come to realize that not everybody knows these things just because we do them. We actually need to tell them we do them sometimes. So in the past couple of weeks, last week we sent out 234 self-assessment documents to 78 different staff members who manage programs or services with the city of San Angelo. These are evaluating things such as effective communication, general accessibility, the department web pages, the city website, ticketing, general administrative requirements of the ADA, and then some specialized forms for police emergency management, and whether or not we have sidewalk or curb ramp kinds of programs. These were due back yesterday, so anybody that didn't get it back to me, I'll be calling them today to check on them to make sure they're okay. And then I'm going to compile that information. We'll provide it to the task force and have some conversations with them. And ultimately, that information will be coming back to you guys as a report, as well as to the public. Last week, we also trained 70 frontline staff members, as well as a few managers who jumped into those trainings. Daniel and both assistant city managers were trained, and 17 directors or assistant directors on ADA etiquette and the ADA's requirements. We haven't started the facilities assessment yet, and that's because we're going to be doing that with a consultant who we will hire that utilizing a $700,000 grant we have received for that purpose. We have to work through that grant process, which takes a bit, but that project is coming. We also have an item on the agenda today regarding additional funding for that, but we can talk about that later. Brian, with the assistance of staff such as Carl and Sid, created a web page that lists all of our accessible city facilities. We update this page as more information becomes available, we hope to have maps and a lot of different information on there. There's a quick link to that page at cosatx.us/ADA that will take you there. There are 41 different facilities listed that people can explore. You can have drop downs to limit your search of those facilities based on whether the facility is fully accessible or has limited accessibility, as well as by the kind of program you're looking for. So if you're looking for an accessible playground, you can do the drop downs for that, and it'll list all of those playgrounds for you. We're updating web pages with forms to include language for informing the public they can request alternative formats. They can do that without us putting it on the web page, but to have more transparency about what we offer, we're putting that. All of our public meetings now should have agendas that are in large print, and we're working on getting information that we hand out to the public, either just on that people can pick up as they come into our offices, to have large print documents available. We're using the American Council of the Blind large print guidelines to create those documents. We are very close to executing that contract with the provider who will improve the overall functionality of our website. It'll identify things such as broken links, which has been kind of a nightmare the last couple of weeks as we've been making some modifications to our website, as well as identifying accessibility issues for us so that we don't have to go page by page, link by link, looking for those things. We've added ADA accessibility review to the special events process. In the last week, I've identified 4 events that had plans which blocked some of the accessible parking at those events. We turned that information back. All of those events made corrections, and those events are going forward without a problem. The events area is one of those areas I would like the accessibility committee to talk with me about a little more about what kind of things we can look for. We have an accessible entrance to City Hall by the Circle Drive, and that door has been locked since I came here, and Daniel and I had a conversation about why is that door locked. It was initially locked for safety concerns, but if you come in the front door of the building, you can access all parts of City Hall that you can access if you come in that back door. So there was no point in keeping it locked, and all it did was made people who needed that entrance have to go through the extra step of ringing the bell and waiting to have that door unlocked. So that's no longer locked. We've revised the guidance on parking lot permits to comply with the ADA. That doesn't require an ordinance change. It's already part of our code. So we are going to now be including permits whenever somebody's restriping a lot, which is the kind of work that's required under the ADA to look at upgrading those facilities. We're reviewing all of our policies and incentive programs to see if there are ways that we are either limiting access to people so we can change that, or if there are ways we can promote a more accessible San Angelo through our funding mechanisms. And some of those conversations will probably be coming to you. And then I've had conversations with Rodeo, SAPAC, as well as our own civic events folks regarding ticketing. There is some new guidance that came out, and there's some portions of that guidance that I think are going to make it a little more difficult for people who need those accessible seats to get those accessible seats. But if the Department of Justice is telling us to make those changes, we're going to look at making those changes. And Sid's committed to having new ticketing rules in place by our big events this summer. I would just ask the public, when you are purchasing tickets for events, that you don't try to purchase those tickets that are accessible seating unless you absolutely need them. So people who do need them can get those seats. So that's all.
Thank you. Anybody else like to offer public comment? I just want to make one comment. If anyone, and if the public has received an email from me about Publishers Clearinghouse, I did not send it. Be very clear. I did not send it. I had a couple people come into my restaurant on Monday and ask if I sent them an email about Publishers Clearinghouse. I did not, I have not, and will not. So just to be clear. All right, with that,
Lucy sent it. That's who I
we will move into our consent agenda. Lucy, do you have an item you'd like to pull?
Yes, I'd like to pull F, please.
F. Karen?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Larry?
No, ma'am.
Tommy?
No, ma'am.
Tom?
No, ma'am.
Harry?
No, ma'am.
May I have a motion for approval of all the consent agenda items with the exception of F?
Motion to
Move.
approve with the exception of F.
Karen made the motion.
Second.
Second by Lucy. Any public comment on any of the items on the consent agenda? Seeing none, hearing none, we'll take a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Item F, consider a resolution of support of the city's application for the TxDOT Transportation Alternatives Set-Aside Grant in conjunction with the Ricks Drive Pedestrian Improvements Project, and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute all related documents. Patrick, you're on.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. This is one of three exciting grant opportunities that the city's trying to take advantage of. The Ricks Drive project has been on our list of priorities for several years now, just waiting for that perfect opportunity to find the funding in order to do it. What this particular project is, it is an accessible pathway from Holloman Elementary, and we're going to go all the way to Gregory, over to the Family Dollar, and then down to Paul Ann Church. So it really provides a connective pathway through that whole Paul Ann area to get those children to the school and the church, and even a little bit of shopping safely and efficiently.
Can you explain, this says resolution, so talk about the process. So it's simply a resolution. What's the time frame of it being told whether we will or we won't get it? What's the chances of us getting it? Just go a little more into what these resolutions mean.
Absolutely. So the city proposed or put in a preliminary application to TxDOT for this project and the other two, and we're approved to move on to the next phase, which is a detailed application. As part of that detailed application, we have to have a resolution of support from our governing body, so from City Council, on this. I know Lucy's been very adamant about trying to get this sidewalk in her district for a while now, and she's absolutely right. There is a need there. You can see it if you could go down there and see that pathway that's been beaten into the earth there. So as part of that detailed application, community letters of support, partnerships with different entities, and so are all part of that application process. What this is, it's an 80-20 match grant that we're looking at. So the total project is a little over $1 million. So we'll put up just shy of that, $200,000 in order to get that sidewalk done. But that's a big opportunity to get something that's necessary that we, quite frankly, don't have the funding for any other way. So we're excited about that opportunity. The award should be announced probably in October, is kind of what TxDOT's anticipating. So we'll know by that time if we've gotten there. We should have a good feel moving through there. Typically in these grants, there is communication going back and forth between us and the granting agency. So we'll have a good idea of moving into that if we're going to be a good applicant for this grant.
Just want to make sure everybody understands there's no funding for it right now. This is very competitive, all of these, so it's not just F, it's all three of these resolutions that we have submitted. It's very competitive. Every city in the state of Texas is going to be applying for the same thing that we are, resolutions to support their projects. But we think we have some really needed, great projects, and hope TxDOT looks at them with the same passion and need that we believe our city has for these. Lucy?
Yes, I just wanted to thank you for the presentation, and I wanted the constituents to know what we were looking at and what we're trying to do and how we're going to submit for this grant. And I'm just so excited to see that the fact that it's on paper. Now, I mean, we've just been talking, but now we're starting point, and so I'm really excited about that. Thank you so much for taking the time to do that.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Patrick? Okay.
I move to approve.
A motion for approval. Do I have a second? Second by Larry. Public comment concerning this resolution item. Seeing none, hearing none, we'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thanks. We will now move into our regular agenda. Comments regarding items on the regular agenda may be made by the public when each item is discussed as outlined above. Applicants, proponents, and appellants are exempt from this time limit above and instead must limit their remarks to less than 5 minutes. Item A is a presentation of the Downtown San Angelo, Inc. biannual report, and we have Monica Ramos and Dale Velasquez here to present today.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to let you know what's been happening with Downtown San Angelo and your support. I'm going to turn it over to Monica.
Thank you, Dell. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Mayor. I'd like for y'all to take a close look at our first slide here. We have a collage of historic photos. This was done intentionally as a reminder that next month is Historic Preservation Month. So you will see us back in May with our proclamation as we do each year. Downtown San Angelo is a strong support system for historic preservation, economic development, and revitalization of downtown. We are one of 90 cities that are a part of the Texas Main Street program, and this program is also on a national scale across 44 states. We're proud to uphold our Main Street accreditation, which shows our exemplary performance across all 4 points of the Main Street approach, which is design, organization, economic development, and promotion. We submit quarterly reports to Main Street, and this helps us identify the needs of our community, record our accomplishments, track and record changes, and it also helps us improve our programming. One of the most important reports that we submit to them is our reinvestment report. Reinvestment is an measure of economic impact, and so what we see here for our first quarter that we've accumulated, January through March, we are already at $1,161,760, making our current overall total $281,494,592 of economic impact. What this dollar amount shows is the improvements from private and public projects within our downtown. So this report really means a lot to us and to Main Street as far as the reporting system goes. On a local scale, we also have a reporting system of our mixed beverage and sales tax report. This helps us track our growth and kind of look forward to our future. Overall, what we see here is a positive increase. I will note that for 2023, the first quarter, that is not a complete first quarter impact, and this is due to March numbers not being due until April 20th. But I wanted to go ahead and show it because it does already show a gradual increase from 2022 and 2021. So once those numbers are submitted, we're hoping that that will even out across the board and be a plus for us. Do you have any questions on this report?
But just to be
There's a lot of
clear, when you
information.
look at 2023 first quarter, that is not the total numbers. So you're
Correct.
reflecting a decrease, but you don't have March numbers in there.
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm going to skip past this slide. We'll come back to it since we're on our reporting. I'll move into our tiers projects for the South. The total that has been approved at this point is $199,141 for 3 projects, 213 to 215 South Chadburn. Is undergoing interior improvements with secondary ingress and sprinkler to prepare the built property for either sale or current use. 109 South Chadburn is undergoing facade improvements as well as safety features. And I will note that there is a tenant at the bottom, which we hope will be opening its doors soon, and the top floor is empty, and that one will receive a little extra love as well. 402 West Beauregard. This one is currently in progress of construction and rehabilitation. This is going to be the Angoria Boutique Hotel. So I think this hotel will look really nice and be an added feature to Beauregard Avenue.
It's not, talk about it being called a boutique hotel.
So boutique hotel means that it's going to have different hotel rooms, hotel space. It's going to be a different design from a normal hotel that you would see. And so we're really excited about this. There's going to be a patio up front with a pool undergoing some really great renovations. So we're really looking forward to this one.
It's a prominent location, so.
Almost definitely.
That's great.
All right, my favorite reporting to give is about new businesses. We love to see new businesses in downtown. At this point, we have 9 new businesses as compared to last year's overall total of 11 new businesses. We're already almost there, and we're barely here in April. So I imagine that we'll see more come along throughout the end of the year. We have a couple of boutiques, the Barcade, We're glad to have Grigsby's Boutique relocate and move to downtown, as well as number 3, the Buffalo Soldier Art Gallery is complete and open as a venue and art space.
We declared 123 North Chadbourne as the worst facility building in all of downtown. It was the biggest eyesore, so.
Oh, yes, it was very
it's great.
dilapidated. So the work that has been done on this building has been phenomenal, and we're glad to see it renovated and up and going and doors open and available to the public. They're even holding painting classes, a lot of different activities that are being held at this art gallery.
They're not finished yet. They just got approval for an awning, and they've applied for TIERS funds for that, as well as they're going to be putting in a mural on the building, on the side of the building. So,
Talk about number 9, Wandering Mind Brew Company.
So Wandering Brian,
Hard to say, isn't it?
Wandering Mind Brewery. I would say it is open to the public. It's open with to-go service at this time. They are also in the process of undergoing DHRC and possibly TIERS, but they still have a few more developments to make to this brewery before they fully open to the public and allow visitors to come inside and hang around. But we're glad that they're here. They're inside of the Backbeat building, the old Mason Lodge, and so we're happy to welcome them into downtown. Going to go back now. This event here, I'm really excited about it. It's the Imagine the Possibilities Tour. This is a targeted event to real estate developers, real estate agents, developers, contractors, anyone involved in looking for properties in downtown. This is the event to go to on Sunday, May 7th from 2 o'clock to 4:30 p.m.
Is that Mother's Day?
No, it's not.
Good, because you get a small audience if it was.
And we chose a Sunday just so that everyone has their free roam to come out and attend this event. We'll have refreshments and a presentation to start the tour. We have 3 properties on this tour. They are all 3 located on Chadbourne Street. We did that because this will be a walking tour and it might be a little warm on May 7th. So I advise everyone to dress comfortably. But really what it is an opportunity to come out and view these properties that are either for sale or for lease. It's kind of like a commercial open house. So besides developers and real estate agents, it is open to the public, so anyone can come out and attend this event on May 7th.
And you've gotten permission from the fire marshal to open these buildings to allow people in?
No, but I will do that. Thanks for pointing that out. I will be
sure.
honest and
We're
say
legal.
no, actually. I have not spoken to the fire marshal, but.
they're open now.
I know, but
It is for a tour to walk around and view the properties, kind of like a real estate agent taking in someone to come and view the property. And those will be the hosts at each location, are the real estate personnel that will give information about each location. This is being promoted across the state as well because this is in conjunction with the Texas Historical Commission and the Main Street program.
so they put that on their website?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And there are 10 other cities that are participating as well. They have different dates throughout May that they'll be hosting their tours. Our 7th annual Brews, Use, and Barbecue event. Huge success as always. As you see here on the map, we had 40 adult teams that came in from across the state as well as New Mexico to compete in our barbecue competition. We had 16 youth entries in our Kids Q competition, and that ranged from ages 6 to 15. We had 44 craft vendors, food vendors, and local breweries, as well as entertainment, local entertainment by Shinola, Billy Dan Langley's one-man blues band, Grupo Animal, and also one of our former interns, Kyler Dean. They all rocked the stage, as well as Roxanne Belly Dance Group and Angelo Express Athletics. So they really brought some excitement to the event. What I'd like to announce, which we're really excited about, is that our region director let us know that we have maintained a good status to become a state qualifying barbecue cook-off. So we are in the process of getting that going for next year. And what this would mean is that with it being an IBCA cook-off and state qualifying, that our teams could more than double. So that'll really bring more people to San Angelo. And we know that when these teams come and stay at our barbecue cook-off, they're bringing their family and friends as well. And we've received compliments from them letting us know that they enjoy the location down by the river because it's close to all of the shops and restaurants. So their families can kind of take a break from the barbecuing festivities that they're involved with all year and go and walk around our downtown and enjoy our environment. On our marketing and promotions updates, our Sheep Spectacular continues to do well with 132 total sheep sponsored. In this photo shown here, it might be a little difficult to see, but this is an Airbnb on David Street. We received compliments from the owner that received positive feedback from guests that were staying in his Airbnb. They mentioned how much they loved the decor, especially the San Angelo local decor. And so those photos hanging on the wall are of our Sheep Spectacular. Our historic downtown magazine, just a little bit of history on the magazine. It began 10 years ago in a partnership with Downtown San Angelo and the Standard Times. It was later then passed on over to Grace Media as the publisher. Grace Media moved to Euless, Texas, and just like any other long-distance relationship, communication became a little bit difficult, so Downtown San Angelo decided to make a change, and what we did is we decided to do what we know best, and that's go local. So we have Media Advantage taking over the publishing part and editorial part of our magazine, and we're very confident in Media Advantage as they're a highly professional and creative media agency. So we believe that no doubt that they're going to be able to produce the content that fits our mission and our needs for this magazine. We do have our latest issue with the covers shown here of the Lady in Blue that will be out at least within the next couple of weeks. We'll see that distributed out to businesses across downtown, across San Angelo, hotels, and places of high traffic. I missed my stroll. The downtown stroll continues on. We have our next stroll on April 28th, then we'll have one in June, as well as in December. All of our stroll dates are listed on our website, downtownsanangelo.com. We have our trolley that will be running around for passengers. It's a free trolley ride to stroll guests from 5 to 7 p.m. Those are new hours. It does start at the Museum of Fine Arts and goes around to each location and comes back to the museum to drop off guests. We've had a few event partnerships going, and the United States Air Force Band of the West came to visit San Angelo, and this was their clarinet quartet that came to the Museum of Fine Arts. This really speaks a lot because they travel over 125,000 miles across the U.S., so them coming to San Angelo meant a lot to us, and the importance that we were able to help them out, help with their promotions, and bring them to San Angelo really stands out. The Comfort and Joy Christmas concert was held in December. We helped the Christian House of Prayer host and promote this event. We brought Tom Braxton, who is a really great saxophonist who's shared the stage with Aretha Franklin and many other notable names. And this concert was sold out at the Museum of Fine Arts. Our partnerships with the ASU SBDC goes strong. We have been actively involved with the Business Brown Bag Series. This is an important seminar because we're able to provide educational tools and resources and information to businesses, business owners, management, employees, and anyone who is welcome to attend this event will receive educational tools from this event. In August, on the 17th, we have partnered with ASU Student Life to bring Rambunctious Week to downtown. And for those of you that aren't familiar with Rambunctious Week, what this is a week where the new students to ASU get accustomed to the campus as well as San Angelo. We wanted to bring them to downtown because I don't think that very often ASU students really leave campus. So we do want to draw them in and let them see all of the entertainment and shopping and dining that we have available here in our downtown. And that will be on August 17th from 5 to 8 p.m. And before I go into this slide here, we actually have a couple more that I didn't list. We've also partnered with Old Central Firehouse to host a Mother's Day outing. It's Mother's Day Mosey. That will be on May 11th. This is a day to celebrate all the moms out there and give them some free treats and refreshments from 5 to 8 p.m. A notable event as well is the Santa Rita Oil Well #1's 100th anniversary. That is coming up on May 28th as far as the actual anniversary date. Downtown will be hosting an event on Saturday, May 27th with the Railway Museum of San Angelo. We'll have a vintage car show and food vendors. The Railway Museum will be providing historic tours, giving facts about the Santa Rita oil well, and then on Sunday, May 28th, the Chicken Farm Arts Center will be hosting various activities on the actual anniversary date. So that will be a weekend to celebrate, again, the Santa Rita oil well #1's 100th anniversary. The Star Spangled Banner Concert and Fireworks Show, everyone save the date. It is happening and coming on Monday, July 3rd. We are very excited about this event because we always bring an elaborate fireworks display. We will have other organizations participating in this event. This is something new that we've brought to the table. The San Angelo Hispanic Heritage Museum and Cultural Center will host a car show at the farmers market. Fort Concho is having a hamburger lunch. There'll be activities along the Bosque and possibly many more to come. So just stay up to date with either our Facebook or our website for updates on the Star Spangled Banner concert. We really enjoy bringing this entertainment to San Angelo. Without this fireworks show, there really wouldn't be a whole lot happening in downtown. So we want to make sure that we keep this alive and going. In closing, for me, this report really signifies our impact that we have on our citizens, the city, and our partnering organizations. A lot of what we do kind of goes unnoticed, but as long as we have these tangible benefits that are available far and wide to everyone, and everyone thinks of us for San Angelo Gives, we're okay with that.
Thank you, Monica. One more thing, couple of things. One, we have taken over at the beginning of the year the processing of the tiers applications for both the north and south. So we've been helping take on that responsibility. Also, I'd like to note that our board chair is here today with us, Michelle Babish, and also Andy Markey, and our interns, Samantha, is also here with us. I made a mistake at our one of the city council members' meetings. I was making a comment about the number of vacant buildings in downtown, and I recited a number that was incorrect. I was remembering a report that we did in 2019. At that time, we had 52 vacant buildings. We're actually down to 38 as of current buildings. So we went from, in 2007, we went from 120 vacant buildings to now 48 vacant buildings in downtown. And I think a lot of that's a increase between, or decline of vacant buildings from 2019 to currently. I want to say, and I attribute some of this to our streetscape program that the city undertook to make sure that our downtown looks awesome. So thank you so much for your support on all that. And that concludes our report.
Do I have questions or comments from any city council member? Thank you. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work. All right, with that, we'll move into item B, consider approving tax increment reinvestment zone tiers incentive funding for 2 private projects in the North Tiers area for the properties located at 802 North Chadbourn and 2901 North Chadbourn totaling $102,591, and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute all related documents. You're on, John.
Thank you. John James, Director of Planning and Development Services. I'll skip this slide because we have the same thing later in the presentation, but the first project is 802 North Chadburn. They've requested about $31,000. The recommended funding is $30,971. The only reason for that is the calculation of the match. They're required to do 10% match, and their proposal was 9-point-something%. So we had to shave off about $800 just to make sure they met that match. They are proposing facade improvements, paving, landscaping, outdoor storage, and screening. This is the existing facility. It's called BG's. This facility did receive some TIERS funding a few years ago to make some improvements, but the new owners have applied to do some additional improvements. They want to paint the building. They're not a fan of the yellow, and so want to make it a more muted color, adding some outdoor patio space, some landscaping towards the front as well. They've got space for a food truck. That's not actually part of their current proposal, but as they remodel the site, they plan to set aside a space that could be used in the future for a food truck. I didn't mention they're also going to have some fencing back towards the back as well. The next project is 2901 North Chadburn. They've requested about $71,000. This one is mostly facade work, a little bit of paving and lighting. This is a grocery store. They're at the corner of 29th and Chadburn. It's basically, they want to extend the front porch with a covering, concrete, make that entryway nicer. It also includes a new front door on the building. It does include some resurfacing of the parking lot, although that's a very small portion of the overall expense on the project, as well as redoing the facade there of the building. You can see the paint peeling and that sort of thing. Pictures. Again, this existing cover, they want to extend the whole length of the building and extend it out and cover that front porch area. So again, there are two requests today, a total of $102,000. This is the funding available, about $1.6 million in the north. So if you recall, over the past few cycles, that number is coming down. At one point, it was getting close to $2.5 million. So we've been successful in getting more north projects to apply and come in for these grants. We've already got 2 or 3 more that are in process that will be going to the board in a month or two. And so we like to continue to see those coming in. Just as a reminder, in case you're wondering, the north projects, when we amended the policy almost a year ago, we opened that up to those north projects can apply at any time. And so that's why you're seeing some of these north projects every couple of months versus the south projects. We like to get them in a batch because we often get more requests than we have money. So we want to compare them all against each other to decide what makes sense. But with all of that money in the north, we're encouraging them to apply at any time. That I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I think it's important, that first slide that you showed, if you'll go back to the BGs. There you go. What a big difference landscaping makes. And we had asked for support to invest in the streetscape, landscape on North Chadburn. And of course, we were turned down for that. But you see from this slide how important the streetscape, landscape is in terms of warming it up and improving the overall visual impact on it. So I want to applaud the new owners for the work and what they're doing here. That is, as you come underneath Houston Heart, one of the first businesses that people see as you go into our historic downtown. So I think this is exactly the kind of project that we want to see. And I like the fact that over a 3-month period, almost 3 months, maybe a little less, that over almost $700,000 has been reinvested back into businesses that are going to help drive additional interest in opening up business and improving the existing facades and or the way those businesses look. So I want to thank you, the applicants, if you're here, for these 2 presentations. I think they're smart, they look great, and they will have a great impact, and I appreciate that. Any other questions or comments?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
The lady that submitted this one on the 802 actually included some aspects of ADA in terms of parking, but we really don't have a component within the application system that addresses, if you're going to fix up the facade, then you also have to fix it up in terms of the ADA requirements. A couple of them in the past have had relatively small problems that weren't addressed in their application, and here we are, they've been approved.
Yeah. Well, and that's a good question. We recently, at actually the last meeting, we talked with the board about coming back to them with some changes. Not quite sure if it requires changes to the policies or just changes to what we, the way we operate the program, but we did talk with them about adding in some ADA related provisions so that, number one, we obviously encourage people to do that and we'll provide funding to do that, but also to add that into the criteria that's considered for projects moving forward. And in fact, similar to the mayor just mentioned, oftentimes when we get people coming in for parking lot improvements, we tell them, well, we're very hesitant to do parking lot improvements without also landscaping to make it look nicer. Similarly, we can start telling people, if you're going to do things to improve your building, we also want to see you do those ADA improvements as well. And that's something that I think in some cases we've had projects in the past where the board has offered them more money. That they ask for $40,000 and the board will say, well, we'll give you $50,000 if you'll do this thing as well. And so I think that's something that even if an applicant comes in not projecting any ADA improvements, we can take a better look at those and say, hey, have you thought about doing these things? And we'll give you the extra money to do that as well.
It's not required legally?
Well, no, that's a good point, Mayor. If it's required through the remodeling that they're doing, in many cases they have to do that anyway. So I think what we're talking about is cases where they're doing such minor remodeling that they may not be required to do it, that we would encourage them to go ahead and do it anyway.
I would just like to agree with the mayor's comments and also with my colleague, Councilman Miller, and with you as well, John. I appreciate that you're acting proactively when you see an opportunity. But I also want to specifically call out how valuable it is for all of us to see design drawings and photographs that help us visualize what is coming forward. It makes all the difference in the world. And I would like to encourage applicants to continue to do that.
All right, with that, go ahead.
John, I just need to confirm both of these are commercial retail facilities, correct?
They are.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
With that, may I have a motion for
I move to approve, Mayor.
Lucy made a motion. Was that Karen? Yes. Seconded. Public comment? Seeing none, we'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. We look forward to seeing the business community improved with these changes. Thank you. Item C, first reading and public hearing of an ordinance to rezone property from the Neighborhood Commercial Zoning District to a planned development, which is PD 23-02, to allow base zoning of general commercial, also allowing a welding shop and outdoor storage being 4.651 acres located at 2025 East Houston Hart Expressway. John, you're on.
You. And just so it's clear, the property is actually two pieces of property right there. The initial proposal is they're developing just the northern part, but this zoning does apply to both properties. They are proposing, well, let me talk about the notification first. We did send out notifications, did not receive any in support or in opposition. Here is their proposal. Again, just a reminder, you're not approving this proposal, you're just approving the zoning, but this is their current proposal. There's some homes over here, and that'll come into play when we talk about the Planning Commission's recommendation. But this part of the property would be mini storage, and then the welding shop portion would be there on the easternmost part. The subject property is designated transitional in our comprehensive plan, which is typically an area between heavier, either industrial or heavier commercial kinds of uses and residential. And so it's intended to be something that helps transition between the two. Oftentimes it can be apartments or lighter type of commercial. So the Planning Commission, knowing that, believed that the general commercial zoning is appropriate. They were uncomfortable with the welding shop and the related outdoor storage of welding, materials outdoors, given the presence of the residential there to the west, as well as some planned residential to the east. And I can show you that on the map in a second. So staff did recommend approval of the rezoning to the plan development. However, the Planning Commission did deny the request for the plan development, but alternatively recommended approval of the general commercial. And so that creates a little bit of an odd situation. If the council, if your feeling is you want to approve the originally recommended or the originally requested plan development, that would take a supermajority of at least 6 of you to approve the plan development as requested because of the denial by the Planning Commission. However, if you choose to follow the Planning Commission's recommendation of general commercial, that would just take a simple majority to approve. Let me go back to the map real quick. One of the things that the Planning Commission remembered, because it happened just at one of their recent meetings, was a portion of this property over here, basically this southern piece, just came in for a residential subdivision development. So there'll be a new road coming through the middle with homes basically on each side. This front piece will remain commercial. And so, in fact, this property with the welding shop will be next to commercial when that develops. But given all of the homes that would be built here, that was part of the Planning Commission's thinking that this is appropriate for commercial, but really not for something as intense as like a welding shop.
When we say as intense as a welding shop, is the welding shop most of the work done in the interior of the building or on the outside?
Well, that's a good question.
Because that's a big issue.
Is.
The fact that it's a welding shop shouldn't be at odds.
Yeah.
It is where the work is done, because everything's about the facade and the look of the building, the business, more than it is just about what they do.
I think that's a good point. The plan development that the staff had recommended does require that all of the welding activity be inside the building to help reduce that impact on the surrounding neighborhood. I think the Planning Commission felt that just the appearance of a welding shop, given all of the things that could be stored outdoors, all of the metal and all the things that they would use in the course of their business, just isn't appropriate, both because of the adjacent residential, but also because of this being on the major entryway into town, that something like a welding shop maybe should be tucked away a little more rather than being right there on a major entryway.
Question mark is, if you drive Houston Hart right now, what part would you do away with that's already there? I mean, I'm confused what the issue is in terms of, oh my gosh, this is going to be awful. Particularly
again,
when the front of that is on the frontage is on Houston Hart.
Sure. And I can only relay, again, staff originally recommended approval of this. I can only relay what was discussed by the commissioners at the meeting. Let me get to that. I think I got to the recommendation here. It was a vote of 2 in favor and 4 in opposition, so there were a couple of planning commissioners that were supportive. But again, of course, it takes a majority to recommend approval, so there were 4 in opposition. But basically, the details that I outlined are what they discussed at their meeting and why they were opposed.
I know we have this site map in front of us, but did we, and I can't remember when I go through this, did we have any pictures of what this welding shop would look like? And what is the % of outdoor storage that a business can have, a commercial business can have? Because I think there's a percentage of the total square footage that can be outdoor storage, if you will, or versus not.
Well, yes, But that's one of the reasons for the needing the plan development, is because in general commercial, you're limited to only 10% of the site, which doesn't actually work for the welding shop. And so the plan development would allow that to be increased to accommodate the additional outdoor storage. And I'm trying to find that limit.
Let's clarify that, and I will default to the Mayor Lucy. So if we don't do plan development, they can't do the welding shop and they can't do the storage units.
They can do the storage, and so the planning commission was fine with the storage. What they couldn't do is the welding shop itself, and they could not exceed 10% of the site for outdoor storage.
Is the people proposing this the same owners of the welding shop and the storage units?
That's my understanding.
So that would almost be a deal breaker. I mean, if you can't get A to B.
They went ahead and said that the people said it was okay, that they would take the storage units and go ahead and say, okay, we're not going to build the welding shop. Is that correct? Is that what?
Well, at the planning commission, they wanted everything they asked for, but at the end, they decided, well, part of it's better than nothing. So I can't guarantee that they would go forward with that. If it may be a package deal in their mind, but at the
What do
planning
the
commission.
storage buildings look like? Speaking of what might be offensive, what do they look like? Because I'm just, sometimes storage buildings aren't fabulous to look at. So what's the viewpoint here of the storage buildings versus this commercial business? And particularly since you're showing us that the whole freeway here is going to be commercial. Well, what commercial is going to be on that? What are the adjacent commercial lots going to have on them?
Sure, and we don't know that. And in terms of aesthetics, this isn't like a Tiers project or a downtown project where we get drawings and renderings of what things will look like. It's, again, since we're just zoning the property, we don't have any ability to get drawings of what they're proposing, and they just have to meet our basic minimum standards for building, which in an area like this, we don't have any higher aesthetic standards like we do in some areas.
Lucy?
I wanted to ask a question, John. Had we not approved a welding shop along the access road?
Yeah, in fact, a welding shop had been approved on this particular property a few years ago. It expired. They never went forward with it. And so that prompted them to come back with this request.
I couldn't remember if it was the...
Larry?
I'm a little confused over why this welding shop is such an issue. Is it an air quality or noise abatement? What is the reason that folks are reluctant?
I think it's just that welding shops tend to have an appearance that with the things stored outside, you might have issues with noise, moving metals around in the outdoor areas, trucks delivering things and coming and going. Just kind of in general, they are a little bit more intense use in terms of those kinds of things. I don't know if it's air quality or anything like that, because everything's supposed to be done indoors, at least per this plan development. But I think it would be more the coming and going of trucks and vehicles and all of the outdoor materials moving around.
Go ahead, Lucy, and then Tommy, you'll be next.
Okay, you were talking about it being a residential, that there was going to be houses built?
On the second half of the property, not the frontage
Right.
road. Yeah,
To the back.
yeah.
Yeah, there's some existing homes over here, and then there'll be some homes built here. Now, remember that this zoning would apply to this entire piece, so one thing you might consider, again, there's no proposal before you for a welding shop, but if you approve it as written, the welding shop could go here where they've proposed it, or it could go anywhere down here, which would back right up to this area of homes. So you might, if you're inclined to actually approve the plan development, you might limit the welding shop to just that northern property. That might address.
So we can do
one of the
that as well.
concerns. Yes.
Okay, Tommy?
John, do we have any idea what is going to be stored outside? Do they even have to disclose that as a part of a plan development, what will be stored?
No, again, with the plan development, you have large discretion in terms of what, you could limit it, in other words, but we're not, they haven't indicated exactly what they would be storing out there. I imagine it's the metal and materials that they would use to do the kinds of things that they do, or somebody brings in something to be repaired, it's sitting out there while they are waiting to repair it or after it's done, that kind of thing.
I wonder what the difference in this look would be versus those bad cars, that huge big lot of rusted out old cars.
Hey.
Yeah.
Chadburn.
Huh?
It's all
Debbie
over
was
Chadburn.
talking about the one.
I'm
right
talking
there.
about
Talking
on
about
Houston Hart when
Yeah.
you come into town from
She's talking about there on
Abilene.
the,
Right, I get it.
Ugly.
north side of the road.
I mean, I'm just saying. Karen?
Thank you. I was present at the Planning Commission meeting when this was debated and discussed, and I want to make public the fact that I support the Planning Commission's recommendation for reasons as follows. So we've been having increasing numbers of conversations about strategic planning, about long-term planning, about vision planning for our city, and no one is against a welding shop. It's not about the welding shop specifically. It's about the fact that that frontage is immensely valuable real estate to the property owner. It has the potential to be purchased or developed by an incoming national retailer or restaurant chain or something like that, which would make sense as the city grows and as we connect to the interstate systems that are coming our way. And so part of the conversation of the Planning Commission discussed those very things: forward-thinking, appropriateness, and of course the fact that a welding shop, while not necessarily undesirable, would be better placed a little bit further back on the site for reasons of visual hazards, safety hazards, potential for noise. So that's where I stand, and I think it's worth considering. Once again, we have an opportunity to be thoughtful about the future and still permit the property owner to develop his land in accordance with his wishes with slight modifications.
Yes, Tommy?
John, if the planned development is approved, does that stay with the property regardless of how long I would assume the storage units would be very long-term, but the welding shop may at some point not be in business. So if we have a planned development, they have a welding shop on it, and somebody wants to come in and do something different, are they restricted to a welding shop, or could it be even less desirable, more desirable? How does that work with a planned development?
Well, and the way the plan development works is it's established with a base zoning, which in this case is general commercial, but with the added use of the welding shop. So if the welding shop goes away, the only thing that could go there is either a welding shop or anything else in general commercial. So nothing heavy commercial. And so that's the reason I think they could have requested zoning to heavy commercial, but I think everybody recognized that we may not want many of the other things that could happen in heavy commercial, which is why we step back to the general commercial, but with the added use of the welding shop. And I will add, based on what I just said, this does include their site plan, which would be adopted as part of the plan development. So unless they amended that, which would have to come back through the process, that welding shop would be limited to that portion. So again, if they wanted to put it down here adjacent to these new homes, that would have to come back through the process of Planning Commission and Council.
And the part of it that is designated for development for commercial, there is at this point in time no business specifically attached to that commercial piece of real estate. It's just that it is going to be developed as a commercial piece of land.
You mean the subject property or that adjacent property?
The one that the housing is going to be behind it, you showed
Okay,
us
yes,
where
this-
that is going to be commercial, right?
Right.
And then below that's residential.
That's correct.
So the question mark is, again, if on the other side there's already residential and you got storage buildings across from it, right?
That's right.
Which doesn't seem to be an issue if in fact this piece of land is going to have commercial with residential below it. And they're having no problem presenting the idea that you're going to have residential with commercial on the other side of it. So, and we don't know what
Yeah.
that commercial is going to be, but if it's
Right.
zoned general commercial, it could be a combination of things, including a welding shop.
No, and that's the distinction, is that it would only allow the general commercial uses, which would not allow the welding shop or the outdoor storage. So without a rezoning, at least, anything that happens in this area would be general commercial. And I think that was part of the Planning Commission's thinking in saying that that area also makes sense for general commercial, but not the more intense uses that aren't allowed in general commercial.
So on that piece of property we're talking about, what part of the real estate is going to be the storage facility? And what type of storage facilities? Because we have a lot of storage facilities all across the city. Some of them are far more attractive than others, but they all serve a purpose. But that's my question. What kind of storage? Is it self-storage? Is it controlled storage? Is it temperature controlled? What kind of environment does this present?
And the short answer is we don't know. They've shown where it's going to be located on the site, but again, we at this point, it's just zoning the property for the general commercial. We know storage units are allowed, but they don't have to provide any information about what it looks like or what type of storage it would be. As long as it's allowed in the general commercial, then it's allowed here.
Is there going to be a fence between the storage and the welding shop?
At least based on this plan, they don't show that.
So the other question mark is, with the storage facilities being built there, you already established a point of view. The chances of a nice restaurant or some other business being put there next to these storage buildings probably limits who's going to want to put anything there in that location. Because he's going to do the storage buildings, right? They're part of it.
Yeah.
I mean, so with that being a part of the development already, and then the other part going commercial, which again, we don't know what that commercial piece of real estate's going to be. All we know is it's commercial. And define what that commercial could be, that general commercial. Talk about what general commercial could be on that particularly strip.
General commercial is kind of our standard commercial district that would allow retail, restaurants, basically the full range of what you might think of as commercial that's not the heavy commercial things that have lots of outdoor storage, lots of equipment. Those kinds of things fall into heavy commercial, but just your basic retail, restaurant, service kinds of uses is what general commercial would make up. Shopping centers, strip center, that kind of thing.
We're going to do housing behind it.
And that's not uncommon. We do require a buffering between housing and commercial. And so in a situation like this area, it's not uncommon to have along a freeway the commercial with housing behind it. The housing will face inward towards the road, and so basically the back of your backyard will back up to the back of a commercial shopping center or restaurant or whatever. And like I said, we do require screening, which would be fencing and possibly landscaping between the two.
Yes, Harry.
I need some clarification. We started talking about storage units, but that's not we've talked about storage units, but I don't know that that's where we were when we first started the conversation. Two pieces of property, they want to change the zoning on both. Presently, the site plan says that the welding shop would go in the northeast portion of that particular upper property. Bottom property, you said storage. I don't know that we said storage units at the time. Do you anticipate that the applicant was thinking about storage of his own materials that they were going to use in the welding shop?
I don't believe so. I mean, I would defer to the applicant, and I'm not sure if they're here, but basically all we know at this point is there would be mini storage on this part, the welding shop here, and this would be future commercial, which would be limited to the general commercial. Basically anything allowed in general commercial. I don't think they would be allowed to store their welding materials on that southern piece without coming back and revising their site plan.
But could they not have the front of the building closest to the street, and any parking or outdoor storage on the back side, not the front side?
They could, and looking at this, that appears to be the way they've designed it. Again, unless we write that into the plan development, they wouldn't be obligated to do that. But it looks like this is probably their parking and driving area, so my guess is any outdoor storage would be back behind in the back. And I suspect that they intend to fence this property, although there's not a requirement for them to do that.
But we could require that.
You could.
So that, on that piece of real estate, in essence, that welding facility could move more forward to the street and create bigger parking with required fencing around it behind it. You could.
That's correct. You all could make that as an additional condition for the plan development.
Harry, what else did you want to say?
No, I got sidetracked somehow. I'm sorry that I didn't focus on this particular one because I probably
Shows
didn't ask the
the,
question.
yeah, it shows the storage facilities.
I don't know. I think I would want to see that storage building, as the planning commission stated, that if it was just, it was back a little bit from the street coming through.
I mean, the welding
The
shop
welding
moving
shop, I'm
closer
sorry.
to the
Yes,
street
ma'am.
with storage behind it.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying, is you try to move that, where all the work's going to be done, a little more forward, and then you can fence it and do all the storage and outdoor work behind it.
I'm not sure, I went out and looked at that piece of property twice over the weekend. I'm not sure that
do
that's
that.
exactly feasible, just looking at that. You essentially have cut that tract that they're wanting to zone the entire tract, it's in half, but that upper half, it's not
Narrow.
half, but I'm not sure you could move that building back much, if any
Or
at
up,
all.
yeah.
It just didn't appear that way to me.
What's the distance between the front of that building and the street?
That's a good question. If that's labeled here, it's too small to read, but those parking spaces are typically 18 to 20 feet deep, and so, I mean, obviously, if they took the building and parking, they could slide it up towards the road a little bit. I think the way we've done this in the past on plan developments, if that's the way you're leaning, is we could simply say no outdoor storage between the building and the street. Then they could move the building front or back however they want, just knowing that they can't have any of that outdoor storage between the building and the street, which might prompt them to move it up, or
So we can require that. We can say
Yes.
there will be no outdoor storage allowed in front of the building, that it all has to be behind the building and it has to be fenced in. We can do that.
Yes, you can.
Gary?
Does that require a change in the site plan and bringing it back through the, okay.
No, if you make that condition today, that will be added as a listed condition that would be part of the approval.
Other comments? Karen?
Yes, ma'am. A question and comment. So do we have any control over the appearance of a storage facility?
Yes, absolutely. With plan developments, we often, I mean, you could require it to be fenced, you could require landscaping, various other things. And so that is under your purview with the plan development to place conditions. The tricky part at this point is what conditions we might be able to place. It's a little tough to write them on the fly. And so when the Planning Commission has done this in the past, they've often sent it back to be reviewed but if you have particular things in mind that we can clearly write, on the fly, that's obviously possible. But the more complicated and detailed we get, we often would want to take a look at that to make sure we're not creating any unintended consequences, that sort of thing.
Thank you. And my comment is, again, to my previous remarks, this is a city gateway, so we have an opportunity to think about the appearance of that gateway to our city and to make choices that have long-term impact that are positive. So I leave you with that.
Do I have a motion on the floor? I'd like to make a motion to support allowing the welding shop to be allowed with a requirement no outdoor storage in the front all outdoor storage in the back, and it has to be a fenced storage area. So the visibility and the impact on what it looks like would be dramatically decreased in terms of whether it looks like what we want it to look like. Because the storage facilities are going to be there, and I'm not sure that the visibility and the gateway into the city is impacted by the welding shop any more than the storage buildings, perhaps. But that's a complicated thing I just said, so I added a lot of stuff in that comment. So let me get down to getting rid of the stuff. I think I'm making a motion that we allow the welding shop with the requirement that all storage must be behind the facility and fenced in, and storage, limited parking in the front, which is going to be limited anyway, and it has to be fenced and protected.
Mayor, is that including the requirements that are already listed in your packet as things from the planning condition?
Yeah, let's go back over those just a minute, just to be clear on it. Thanks for bringing that up, Teresa. I need to go back and review that, so
Well,
thank you.
I can read them to you.
Okay, go ahead.
There's 4 of them listed. The first says, with the site plan application, the applicant shall be required to provide a landscape plan for planning to review to help buffer the transition from residential to commercial along Montague Avenue and provide additional screening from the residential neighborhood to the west. The second one is all new site lighting on the premises shall be shielded, downward admitting, and configured in such a manner as to satisfactorily minimize or eliminate light trespass onto the adjacent residential uses or lands. The third one is no recreational vehicles or mobile homes shall be placed on the premises, nor shall there be any salvage or junk vehicles maintained on the premises. And then the last one is all welding and construction shall be done inside an enclosed building.
Pretty much covers what I think I said.
I think you added a couple of things regarding parking and where storage can occur on the site, but
I think those things cover it.
Well, they don't cover the limiting it between the building and the street, which you added, and then they don't necessarily require the fencing, which you added. So I think those are the two
Add those
additional.
two things to that.
Are we talking fencing along that east side that would provide a buffer between the potential new residential and the east side of the subject property here? Is that part of the fencing?
I think so, definitely, but as I understood it, it would be fencing, any outdoor storage
Right.
areas would have to be fenced.
Right, okay.
Contiguous all the way around.
Right.
All right, that's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Harry. Public comment?
Candy, do you have an opinion on this?
So John, this has to
Just
be,
thought you were
this has to be supermajority vote?
Yeah, 6 votes to
Whatever
approve.
happens, even if we go back, change it up.
Candy's quick
Yeah.
opinion on this.
Good morning, Council. Candy Poole. I serve on the Planning Commission. This was the very first Planning Commission meeting that I attended. It was, as you see, a vote of 2 for this and 4 against it. And much of the conversation was the concern about the housing that would be in that lower part of the one on the side. And what I would say is I voted against it because of the housing. And it did not have the fencing requirement. And we were concerned, or I heard concern about the welding shop doing anything outside. So it's all supposed to be contained inside as far as work. The idea of everything being outside storage or their welding equipment or whatever that the mayor just put out as a change to this motion, that it all be in the back and fenced, takes care of some of that concern, I think. But I did vote against that.
Thank you, Candy.
Any other public comment? All right, so it's going to be a supermajority, so 5 must support it. 6 must support it. Oh, good. All right, so we'll take a vote. Tommy?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Harry?
Aye.
Lucy?
Nay.
Karen?
Nay.
And Larry? And Brenda, aye, so it passes 5-2. It doesn't pass because there's 2 nays. So now we go back, and what do we do now?
You could either suggest another alternative, add additional conditions to the plan development, or you could take up the Planning Commission's recommendation, which was straight general commercial zoning without the additional provisions for the outdoor storage and welding.
I'd make a motion to approve the storage units. That's income producing for the applicant, which obviously would be one of their goals. So I'd make a motion to approve the outdoor storage.
I second that.
Now, to be clear, you're approving the general commercial zoning for the.
Correct. No PD.
But with that, those things that you just read?
None
No,
of
because
those
that
would be
only attached to
applicable.
the welding shop.
Correct. Those were you can only place conditions on zoning through a plan development. If you're zoning it straight general commercial, you don't have the ability to place any additional conditions.
Okay, and this too has to be a 6-7?
So this can be a simple majority.
There's a motion, and now Lucy, you seconded it? Okay, public comment, please? No public comment. So, Tommy?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Harry?
Aye.
Lucy?
Aye.
Karen? No. Larry?
Aye.
Brenda? Nay. So it's 5-2.
So that passes.
All right, we'll move on to the next item, which is first reading and public hearing of an ordinance to rezone property from a plan. May I ask, I'm going to stop for a minute before I finish reading that. Obviously, the zoning was there to allow all of that outdoor storage, and I might not be able to talk about this, with all those cars that have, all of those cars that are outdoors, a big area where they're crunching the cars and doing all of that.
I think that's all like heavy industrial type zoning on that side of the freeway.
It's on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, there's some on both sides, but there's quite a bit of manufacturing and heavy commercial and light and heavy manufacturing in that area.
Because the reality is, as long as that's there, I'm not sure anything we're passing is going to even come close to having the negative impact, if you will, as the gateway into the city, because as long as that's there, it's there.
It's more on the egress side of the loop than it
I
is
know,
on
but
the incoming.
yeah, but you're coming from Abilene or Dallas-Fort Worth, and
But we just passed up the opportunity to control that.
yeah, we did. There you go. All right, moving on to item D, first reading and public hearing of an ordinance to rezone property from a planned development PD 02-03 to a new planned development PD 23-03, being 9.088 acres located at the southeast corner of Melrose Avenue and Stratford Avenue. John, you're on.
Thank you. This is Plan Development Day with all three cases being plan
Yeah.
development. This was part of a much larger plan development from back in 2002 as part of the development of the Bluffs area in general. That larger plan development was amended recently for this Creek 27 apartment development. As part of that, it made some changes that now is needing the resulting changes for this property. And so it's effectively amending that existing PD, but since some of this other has already been developed, we didn't want these new provisions to apply throughout that old PD, so we're basically creating a new PD just for this property. So I think that's what I just described, but again, it's basically for the purpose of commercial development. It does continue to include some of the aesthetic requirements for some landscaping and screening that were in the PD back to 2002. So it didn't change that, but it addressed some of the use issues to make sure that they can do on the property what they intend to do. We did send out our notifications, did not receive any in support or in opposition. What they want to do with the site is basically split it into two lots. And as you'll see, the Planning Commission's recommendation includes some different provisions for each separate lot. And so here are the proposed conditions. Storage lots would only be allowed on Lot 2. So one of the concerns is a similar concern from the Planning Commission, that this is the freeway and this is Melrose going into the Bluffs. They were concerned a little bit about what storage units might look like in this area, particularly on this major corner at that intersection. And so they wanted the storage units to be limited to the back part of the property and not allowed on the front.
It'd still be frontage.
Yeah, it still fronts over here. There is some requirements for some landscaping and screening over there to help soften the appearance. And then, of course, if and when something develops on this property, it will help screen the view of those. I think their primary concern was just being at this right at the intersection and keeping that for more retail, restaurant kind of commercial development. As I mentioned, it would require landscaping per an approved urban design review. That would typically be required anyway, but the plan development just ensures that would be required even if the threshold there is building size. So if they build a building too small, it wouldn't normally trigger that requirement, but this requires it regardless. The same with landscaping between this property and the apartment development adjacent. Again, 4 and 5 are not really necessary with the new sidewalk ordinance. Sidewalks will be required for both of those frontages anyway, but those were required in the prior plan development, so we just carried those requirements over as well. Staff does recommend approval, as did the Planning Commission unanimously.
Questions for John?
Yes, please. General commercial allows self-storage by right, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So would it be possible to revise the zoning provisions to restrict outdoor storage and self-storage as well to conditional use for GC instead of by right?
Yeah, in fact, most cities that I'm familiar with, that's the way they treat it. Ours is a little more permissive and allows those units in general commercial, but that would definitely be something that.
Would that address some of the mayor's concerns in the prior case, that sort of?
It could, because again, a conditional use would allow you to place conditions on the approval. So each storage warehouse, if that were in the zoning ordinance, each of those would have to come through for a review. An alternative way to deal with that would be through some design review standards as well. You could place fencing, landscaping, building kinds of standards. Many cities do that as well for storage warehousing to create some aesthetic controls. So you can either do it through rules that apply to everyone, or you can do it through the conditional use where you get to review each one individually.
Would you be willing to share your opinion on those two options?
I think either one are fine. The conditional use gives that additional flexibility. So if you're doing storage units in an area kind of off the beaten path or away from everything, maybe you don't need as high of aesthetic standards. If you're on a major frontage road, entryway into the community, maybe you want a higher standard. So having that flexibility of a conditional use would be helpful. The downside of a conditional use is it makes an applicant, property owner, go through an extra process each time rather than being allowed by right. And so oftentimes property owners, at least some of them, would rather it just be allowed, tell me what the rules are and I'll do it, rather than having to jump through an extra process.
Is
So
this
it's
the
a
proper
trade-off.
place and time to address that issue?
No, that would take a change to the zoning ordinance,
Okay.
which would have to be something that comes back separately. But again, as a PD, if you have specific concerns about this site, you can place particular conditions on it beyond what the Planning Commission recommended, but not globally.
You want to repeat what the Planning Commission conditional approval was based
Are we
on?
talking this item or the previous item?
Yeah. Well,
They're kind of related.
it's called storage units.
Well, I get it, but I mean,
On the
there's only,
frontage road.
there's only so much you can do to storage unit. I mean, like the recent ones they put in, they're metal, they're nice trim. They, you know, the ones that I hate are the ones that are 20, 30, 40 years old, and you hope those get dozed down and replaced. And I mean, you know, the people put in that really nice one there on Sherwood Way. Nobody even notices how pretty that one is. You know, so I just think there's only so much you can do with a storage unit upon that path, but I get it.
And as I mentioned, this does require a landscaping plan and them to do some things along that frontage to ensure that it is maybe more attractive than what our minimum standards would require.
So that's already on these proposed conditions, so it already exists?
That's
based
right.
off of
That's right.
what was approved? And those sidewalks are required based off our sidewalk ordinance?
Yes, because it's commercial development on arterial roads, they're required anyway.
Okay, questions, further comments? Okay, do I have a motion for approval?
So move.
So moved by Harry,
Second.
seconded by
Larry.
Tommy.
Oh.
And public opinion or public comment?
Both.
Yeah, sorry. One and the same. Okay, with that, we'll take a vote. All those Tommy, how do you vote? Aye. Tom?
Aye.
Harry?
Aye.
Lucy?
Aye.
Karen?
Aye.
Larry? Brenda? Aye. 7-0. Moving on to item E, first reading and public hearing of an ordinance to rezone property from the single-family residential zoning district to a planned development, PD 23-04, to allow reduced setbacks and an increase in the maximum floor area ratio being 9.595 acres located along Riviera Court, south of Clubhouse Lane.
Thank you. This is in the Bentwood area. This property is currently zoned RS1. They had originally come in with a request. They had originally come in for a request for RS3, which would allow zero lot line homes, to basically build a little bit bigger home on the lot because they move it to the side. And one side property line is, the building is built right to that property line. RS3 also allows some other things like townhouses and things that the neighbors did not like. Now, the applicant assured them that's not our intent, but because it's theoretically possible with that RS3 zoning, they didn't like that. So the Planning Commission basically tabled it. The applicant withdrew and came back the next month. And what we came back with was a planned development, basically to keep it RS1 zoning, but to allow a little bit larger homes on the lot. The floor area ratio just means how much space of the lot is covered with building. And so it allows them a little bit bigger. It allows them to reduce the setback. Basically, they want to do side entry garages. Those are a little more attractive than just having the garage scape that's facing the street. But to do that and make it work, they wanted to move the buildings a few feet closer to the street. We did send out our notifications, two in opposition. Our understanding from the Planning Commission meeting, the second one, all of the neighbors were okay with this modified approach. I think those opposition were to the original request, basically.
There's no opposition.
Technically, they never withdrew it in writing, and so we have to treat it as if there's still formal opposition. I think I've gone through this. Basically, they want to allow that mixture of housing types and a little bit bigger homes on the lot. So the proposed conditions, as I mentioned, base RS1 zoning, same as what's current. Reduce the side setbacks from 5 feet to 0 on one side, basically the same rules that apply in zero lot line. What that means is the other side has to be 10, so if you picture a normal development, you just scoot every house along the whole street over 5 feet, which gives you a little bit bigger side yard on one side. I already mentioned the increasing the floor area ratio. Basically, 0.4 means 40% of the lot can be covered, raising that up to 60% of the lot that can be covered. And then just a 5-foot setback reduction on the front to allow the home to be 5 feet closer to the front. So on this one, staff does recommend approval, as did the Planning Commission unanimously.
Any questions?
Mayor,
Tommy?
I watched both. I didn't attend, but I watched both February and March Planning Commission meeting. I have had no comments to the second proposal that was discussed at the March Planning Commission meeting. There was lots of discussion at both meetings from the folks that were opposed. So I think they've gotten this all worked out. Again, I've not heard any opposition whatsoever to the March Planning Commission decision. So with that, I would move approval as presented.
Second by Larry. Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll take a vote. Tommy?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Harry?
Aye.
Larry? Karen?
Aye.
Lucy? Aye. Motion passes 7-0. We'll now move into our closed session. It's an executive session under the provision of Government Code Title V, Open Government, Ethics, Subtitle A, Open Government, Chapter 551, Point, Open Meetings, Subchapter D, Exceptions to Requirement that meetings be open under the following sections. Section 551.072, Deliberations about real property regarding 11.693 acres out of the E. Michaela Survey 319, Abstract 1657. Section 551.087, Business Prospect Negotiations regarding A, Project Monet, Project Stockpile, Project New Wave, Rosenberger, and Project Bess. Then C, Section 551.071, Consultation with Attorney regarding hotel occupancy tax delinquencies, and Section 551.071, Consultation with Attorney regarding litigation related to firefighting foam. With that, we will be back to do the rest of the agenda once completed all the topics in closed session. you. Calling this meeting back to order, and the time is, right now, is in fact 12:24 on.
Is gonna be today.
It will be today, the 18th, at 12:24, called back to order. Thank you for being patient, all of you out there who were waiting for us to return. We appreciate that. With that, no items were approved or discussed in executive session, so we will move on to item B, consider approving various board nominations. The ADA Advisory Committee, which is Mike Sanders, Jim Johnson, Benjamin Brojakowski, Lutetia McPherson, all to a first term ending April 2025. And then our Public Art Commissioner, Jamie Hindesmith, SMD 1, and Elaine Stribling, SMD 6, both to a second term ending April 2025. Do I have a motion for approval of those two items? Larry made the motion and seconded by Tom. With that, we'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion, those individuals have been approved with a 6-0 vote. And now we will move into announcements.
I got to make a suggestion on this. All of the ADA advisory people essentially signed up and we never vetted them. And I just wondered if it isn't logical that for future people who want to be on this, that we accept an application. And essentially, they're also at large, which means that they're responsible in a way to all of us. So my question is, should we be requiring an application for future people on this?
Well, we talked about that in the meeting that night, the town hall that we had, and most of those people that we just approved signed up that night.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we said we would have future town hall meetings where, and we would put it on our website and other places for other people who wanted to become a member of this ADA committee would have that potential to do that.
Yeah, and I think this committee is different. It's more like the task force that we did for the police, and it's not like a board that we have. As we go on, the first meeting is actually this week of that committee, and we're going to be looking at who's on the committee and see if there's any populations of folks in our community that are missing and try to get some insight and input from those people and to develop what that criteria should be to be on the board or on the committee.
This is advisory.
Yeah, it's advisory.
just a
It's
first
not a
step.
formal board, which is really going to make it a lot easier to manage. We're not going to have to do postings for meetings. We don't, I can hand out information between meetings in a way that I just can't do with you. But I hear what you're saying, and we can, I'm not anticipating bringing anybody else back, but as a group, we can devise some sort of requirements for that committee and bring those to you. Okay. You're welcome.
All right, moving on. I see announcements and consideration of future agenda items. The meetings in May are scheduled for Thursday, May the 4th, and Wednesday, May the 17th. And so, Heather, are these the ones that you said the Planning Commission has already been notified of these these dates?
Yes, the Planning Commission's already sent out for those regular meetings in May, the 4th and the 17th, and those dates were voted on y'all in January to change those. And so all of the other meetings listed, these are proposed dates that were discussed between myself and Daniel and other staff for y'all to consider or suggest other dates.
We always move it away from the July 4th meeting, so that makes sense. July 6th, the one, there's strategic planning. Daniel, you had a proposed date different than this one, as I did. but-
Yes, ma'am. So we have an additional week between April and actually May and June. So I would suggest that it really May the 26th falls right in the middle of that additional weeks, which buys us about a week and a half between city council meetings. So that seems more appropriate as far as the date for May 26th.
All right, so we'll have it there at this point. In case something else comes up, we can change that, but right now it'll be the 26th, and then 2 budget workshops, one the 25th of July and one August 10th. So those, does anyone have an issue with those dates based off of your calendars as of today? I know those seem far out, so.
Okay, Mayor, for May, we've got the 4th and the
17th.
17th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the 26th
Six
for the
the,
planning.
yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And another date that just came to light just yesterday, we got information about the Legislative Summit. That is, they're going to
July
be.
31st.
And August 1st, which would be that first meeting. And so we wanted to consider moving that to Thursday, August 3rd.
The August 1st date would be the first Tuesday of the month?
Correct.
Okay, so you would move it to that Thursday? Okay, so if you'll make a note of that. Anything else? All right, with that, do we have a motion for adjournment?
I'll move.
Third.
All opposed, say aye.
Aye.
All
Okay,
opposed?
we'll stay in session.
Hey, you're just checking to see if
Okay,
it
we
works.
just
Hear what we want to hear.
We'll stay in session, but we are officially adjourned at 12:30 PM on this 18th of April. Done.